Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The first light of dawn crept across the Commonwealth wasteland in gentle waves, transforming the harsh landscape into something almost beautiful. Morning mist clung to the rolling hills that surrounded Greenleaf Settlement, softening the edges of ruined buildings and creating an ethereal quality to the emerging day. The settlement itself lay nestled in a natural valley, protected from the worst of the wasteland winds by stands of mutfruit trees and the carefully tended walls that marked its boundaries. Walking along the worn dirt path that led to the settlement's main gate, a solitary figure moved with the measured steps of someone fighting an internal battle. Radiance had been a caravan guard for 3 years, their weathered leather armor bearing the scuffs and repairs that told stories of countless miles traveled across dangerous terrain. But today, their usually steady hands trembled slightly as they reached into their pack, fingers searching desperately for something that was no longer there. The empty Nuka-Cola Quantum bottle caught the morning light as Radiance held it up, the distinctive blue glass seeming to mock them with its transparency. For months, that soft radioactive glow had been their constant companion, the energy boost that kept them alert during long night watches and dangerous passages through raider territory. Now, with their suppliers' routes disrupted, and no more quantum to be found anywhere along the trade networks, the reality of their situation settled over them like a heavy blanket. Their last dose had been consumed 18 hours ago, and already the familiar symptoms were beginning to manifest. A bone-deep exhaustion that no amount of coffee or Stimpack could touch. Irritability that made every sound seem too loud. And worst of all, the creeping sense that nothing mattered anymore without that distinctive blue glow to chase away the darkness. Greenleaf Settlement's gates stood open in the early morning, welcoming travelers and traders with the kind of hospitality that had made it a favored stopping point along the caravan routes. Unlike many settlements that viewed strangers with suspicion, Greenleaf had built its reputation on healing, both for the body and the spirit. Gardens of medicinal herbs sprawled beyond the protective walls, their organized rows creating patterns of green that brought order to the chaos of the wasteland. Radiance approached the settlement clerk, a middle-aged woman named Clara, whose warm smile had greeted countless weary travelers. Her desk sat beneath a canvas awning that provided shade, while allowing her to observe all who entered their community. "Welcome to Greenleaf," Clara offered, her voice carrying the genuine warmth that characterized the settlement's approach to hospitality. "Are you seeking medical attention, trade opportunities, or perhaps just a safe place to rest?" Radiance began, then stopped, unsure how to articulate their situation. The empty quantum bottle felt heavy in their pack, a tangible reminder of their growing desperation. "I need help. I don't know what kind, but I need help." Clara's expression shifted to one of compassionate understanding, her experienced eyes recognizing the signs of someone in genuine distress. Let me call Sage. She's our settlement healer, and she has a gift for understanding what people truly need, even when they're not sure themselves. Within minutes, a woman approached from the direction of the gardens, her movements carrying the purposeful calm of someone deeply connected to their work. Sage appeared to be in her 40s, her graying hair tied back in a practical bun, her clothing bearing the stains of honest work with soil and plants. Most remarkably, her presence seemed to radiate a peace that felt almost foreign in the wasteland's harsh environment. "Good morning," Sage greeted, her voice soft but carrying complete attention. "Clara mentioned you might benefit from our healing services. What brings you to Greenleaf?" Radiance found themselves unexpectedly emotional under this gentle scrutiny. "I've been using Nuka-Cola Quantum for months. For energy, for staying alert on guard duty. My supplier's routes got hit by raiders, and now," they held up the empty bottle, "now I can't function without it, and I don't know what to do." Sage nodded, with the understanding of someone who had encountered similar situations before. Dependency on artificial stimulants is more common than you might think, especially among those whose work demands constant vigilance. The quantum's radioactive properties create both physical energy and psychological dependence, but there are natural alternatives, gentler ways to support your body's own energy systems. She gestured toward the extensive gardens that spread beyond the settlement's main buildings. "Would you be willing to spend some time with us? Not as a patient, but as someone learning about natural sources of energy and vitality. We have comfortable quarters available, and I believe our approach might offer exactly what you're seeking." In Sage's tone, the complete absence of judgment, the matter-of-fact way she addressed the situation made Radiance feel safe for the first time in weeks. "I don't have much to pay for medical services. We don't operate on traditional payment systems here," Sage explained with a gentle smile. "We believe in mutual support. Your experience as a caravan guard could be valuable to our community, perhaps helping train our younger residents in basic defense techniques. In return, we offer healing, learning, and community. Fair exchange." Radiance felt something tight in their chest begin to loosen. "I'd like that. I'd like to try." Sage led them through the settlement's main thoroughfare, pointing out various buildings and introducing them to residents they encountered along the way. Unlike many wasteland communities that felt defensive and closed, Greenleaf buzzed with purposeful activity. People tending gardens, crafting medicines, maintaining equipment with the care of those who understood the value of their resources. "We established Greenleaf about 15 years ago," Sage explained as they walked. "A group of us who believed that healing required more than just stim packs and antibiotics, though those certainly have their place. We wanted to create a space where people could recover not just from physical wounds, but from the deeper exhaustion that comes from surviving in this world." They passed a workshop where an elderly man was carefully grinding herbs into powder, his movements showing the precision of decades of practice. Nearby, a young woman tended to a patch of what looked like wild carrot plants, their delicate white flowers creating tiny constellations against the green foliage. "These are our medicinal gardens," Sage continued, gesturing toward the organized plots that stretched in all directions. "Each section focuses on different types of healing, plants for pain relief, others for sleep support, some for natural energy and vitality. We've spent years learning which varieties thrive in our particular soil conditions and climate." Radiance found themselves genuinely curious despite their physical discomfort. "How do you know which plants do what? I mean, without scientific equipment or proper medical training. Traditional knowledge combined with careful observation and documentation, Sage replied, her tone reflecting deep respect for their methods. We study pre-war botanical guides, experiment with small doses, and maintain detailed records of results. Most importantly, we work slowly and safely, always prioritizing the well-being of those we serve. They approached a modest building that Sage identified as the Healing Lodge, a space designed specifically for those recovering from various forms of dependency or trauma. The structure had been built with large windows that let in natural light, comfortable seating areas that encouraged rest and reflection, and shelves lined with carefully labeled jars of herbs and prepared remedies. This will be your primary support space during your time with us, Sage explained, opening the door to reveal an interior that felt more like a welcoming home than a medical facility. We've found that healing happens best in environments that feel safe and nurturing, rather than clinical or institutional. The main room contained several comfortable chairs arranged around a low table, bookshelves filled with guides to natural healing, and a small kitchen area where various teas and preparations could be made. Most appealing to Radiance was the complete absence of harsh, artificial lighting. Instead, oil lamps and candles created gentle pools of illumination that felt soothing to their increasingly sensitive system. The first few days of withdrawal from artificial stimulants can be challenging, Sage acknowledged, settling into one of the chairs and gesturing for Radiance to join her. Your body has adapted to receiving energy from an external source, and it needs time to remember how to generate that energy naturally. But the process doesn't have to be miserable. She reached for a jar from a nearby shelf, unscrewing the lid to reveal dried leaves that gave off a pleasant, earthy aroma. This is a blend we've developed specifically for supporting natural energy levels. Ginseng, rhodiola, schisandra berry, and several other adaptogenic herbs. They work differently than artificial stimulants, supporting your body's own systems rather than forcing artificial alertness. As Sage prepared the tea, Radiance found themselves studying the Healing Lodge more carefully. Unlike the sterile medical facilities they had encountered in larger settlements, this space felt lived in and comfortable. Personal touches, handmade cushions, artwork created by previous residents, plants growing in containers near the windows, created an atmosphere of genuine care rather than institutional treatment. The first step is usually the hardest, Sage continued as she poured hot water over the herbs. Your body is going to feel tired, probably more tired than you've felt in months. That's normal and expected. The quantum was masking your natural fatigue signals, and now they're all catching up at once. The tea, when it was ready, had a complex flavor, earthy and slightly bitter, but with underlying notes that reminded Radiance of forests and growing things. More importantly, it felt different from anything they had consumed recently. Where quantum had provided an aggressive jolt of artificial energy, this beverage seemed to settle into their system gently, like a warm hand on tired shoulders. How long does it usually take? Radiance asked, surprised by how much better they felt just from being in this peaceful space with someone who understood their situation. It varies from person to person, Sage replied honestly. Physical symptoms typically improve within a week or two. The psychological aspects, learning to trust your natural energy levels, developing new habits that support genuine vitality, that can take longer. But we're not in any hurry here. Healing happens on its own timeline. She stood and moved to one of the windows that looked out over the medicinal gardens. I'd like to suggest something that might sound unusual. Some of our most successful recovery experiences have involved working directly with the plants that will support your healing. Not just consuming them as medicines, but participating in their growth and care. Radiance joined her at the window, looking out at the organized plots where various residents moved among the plants with obvious familiarity and care. You mean like gardening? Exactly like gardening, but with intention and understanding of what you're growing, Sage confirmed. There's something profoundly healing about putting your hands in soil, nurturing seeds into growth, harvesting plants that will support your well-being. It creates a connection between your effort and your healing that artificial substances can never provide. The idea appealed to Radiance in a way they hadn't expected. For years, their relationship with their own energy and vitality had been purely transactional. Consume, quantum, receive alertness, repeat as needed. The concept of actively participating in creating their own source of natural energy felt revolutionary. I'd like to try that, they said, surprised by their own enthusiasm. I've never done much with plants, but I'm willing to learn. Sage's smile reflected genuine pleasure at their response. Excellent. We'll start tomorrow morning, after you've had a chance to rest and let that tea do its work. Tonight, I want you to focus on sleep. Real sleep. Not the artificial wakefulness that quantum provides. Your quarters are just across the courtyard. The guest quarters Sage showed them were simple but comfortable. A bed with clean linens, a small desk with writing materials, and another large window that looked out over the gardens. Most importantly, the room felt quiet in a way that Radiance hadn't experienced in months, free from the underlying tension that had become their constant companion. There are more herbal preparations on the nightstand, Sage explained, indicating several small containers with handwritten labels. The green jar contains a sleep blend, chamomile, valerian, passion flower. Take it about an hour before you want to sleep. The blue container has our energy support blend for morning use. Nothing harsh or artificial, just gentle support for your natural rhythms. That first night proved challenging, as Sage had warned it might be. Without Quantum's artificial alertness, Radiance found themselves confronting the full weight of exhaustion they had been carrying for months. Their sleep was fitful, interrupted by strange dreams and periods of restless wakefulness. But the herbal sleep blend did help, providing a gentle transition into rest, rather than the stark unconsciousness that followed quantum crash. Morning arrived with the soft light that characterized Greenleaf Settlement, filtering through the window to wake Radiance gradually, rather than with the harsh alarm they had grown accustomed to using. For the first time in months, they woke naturally, without immediately reaching for a stimulant to force alertness. The morning energy blend that Sage had provided offered a different kind of support. Not the aggressive jolt of artificial stimulation, but a gentle lifting of natural vitality. Radiance found themselves actually curious about the day ahead, rather than simply trying to survive until the next dose. Sage met them at the healing lodge after breakfast, wearing work clothes and carrying a pair of well-used gardening gloves. Ready for your first lesson in natural energy cultivation? They walked together to a section of the medicinal gardens that Sage identified as the adaptogenic herb plot, plants specifically chosen for their ability to support the body's natural stress response and energy systems. The morning air carried the sense of growing things, earth, and the faint sweetness of flowering plants. We'll start with ginseng, Sage explained, kneeling beside a patch of distinctive plants with their characteristic 5-leaflet pattern. It's one of the most reliable natural energy supporters, but it requires patience and respect. Unlike artificial stimulants that force immediate effects, ginseng builds energy slowly and sustainably. Radiance knelt beside her, accepting the spare pair of gloves she offered. The soil felt cool and rich between their fingers, completely different from the harsh textures of metal and concrete that had defined their working life. The key to working with medicinal plants is understanding their individual needs, Sage continued, demonstrating how to carefully weed around the ginseng without disturbing its roots. These particular plants prefer partial shade, consistent moisture, and soil that drains well but retains nutrients. In return, they provide sustained energy support without the crashes associated with artificial stimulants. As they worked together, Radiance found themselves entering a meditative state they hadn't experienced in years. The repetitive motions of weeding, the focus required to distinguish between helpful plants and unwanted growth, the simple satisfaction of improving the conditions for something beneficial to thrive, all of it created a peaceful rhythm that seemed to calm their restless system. "How did you learn all this?" Radiance asked during a break, looking around at the extensive gardens with new appreciation for the knowledge they represented. "Trial, error, and patience," Sage replied with a laugh, "plus careful study of every botanical guide we could find, conversations with anyone who had traditional knowledge, and years of documenting what worked and what didn't. The wasteland destroyed much of humanity's accumulated knowledge about natural healing, but not all of it. We're part of an effort to preserve and rebuild that understanding." They moved on to rhodiola, a hardy plant that Sage explained was particularly effective for supporting energy during times of stress. Unlike ginseng's preference for protected growing conditions, rhodiola thrived in challenging environments, developing stronger medicinal properties when it had to work harder to survive. "There's a lesson in that," Sage noted as they carefully harvested some of the mature roots. "Sometimes our own energy systems grow stronger when we allow them to work naturally, rather than bypassing their development with artificial support." The morning progressed with visits to different sections of the garden, schisandra berries for supporting overall vitality, holy basil for managing stress responses, eleuthera for sustained energy without overstimulation. Each plant had its own characteristics, growing requirements, and contributions to human well-being. More importantly, each required patience, attention, and respect, qualities that Radiance realized they had lost during their months of quantum dependency. By noon, when they broke for lunch, Radiance noticed something remarkable. Despite not having consumed any artificial stimulants, they felt genuinely energized. Not with the aggressive alertness of quantum, but with a deeper sense of vitality that seemed to come from within their own system. "This is different," they admitted to Sage over a simple meal of fresh vegetables and herb-seasoned bread. "I feel steady, not racing, not crashing, just steady." Sage nodded, with the satisfaction of someone whose approach had been validated once again. "That's your natural energy system beginning to function properly. The herbs we've been working with support your body's own processes rather than replacing them. It's slower than artificial stimulation, but it's also sustainable and healthy." The afternoon brought introduction to another resident of Greenleaf Bloom, the settlement specialist in herbal medicine preparation. Unlike Sage's calm, measured approach, Bloom radiated enthusiastic energy that seemed to bubble up from genuine passion for their work. "Radiance! Sage told me you're learning about natural energy support." Bloom greeted them with obvious excitement. "Wait until you see what we can create from the plants you've been tending. It's like alchemy, but instead of turning lead into gold, we're turning garden herbs into human vitality." Bloom's workshop occupied a corner of the healing lodge, filled with drying racks, grinding equipment, and countless jars of prepared medicines. The air carried the complex aroma of dozens of different herbs, creating an almost intoxicating mixture of scents that somehow managed to be energizing rather than overwhelming. The key to effective herbal medicine is understanding synergy, Bloom explained, pulling various jars from their carefully organized shelves. Individual herbs have their own properties, but when combined thoughtfully, they can create effects that are greater than the sum of their parts. They demonstrated by creating a personalized energy blend for Radiance, carefully measuring portions of different herbs while explaining the role each would play in supporting natural vitality. The process required precision, knowledge, and artistic intuition, quite different from the simple consumption of mass-produced stimulants. This blend is specifically formulated for your particular situation, Bloom continued as they worked. Someone recovering from artificial stimulant dependency needs different support than someone dealing with chronic fatigue or stress exhaustion. We adjust the ratios accordingly. Radiance found themselves fascinated by the complexity and thoughtfulness that went into creating natural alternatives to artificial substances. How do you know what ratios to use? Is there a formula or recipe? Traditional formulas provide starting points, Bloom replied, but the art lies in customization. Your body chemistry, your specific needs, your response to different herbs, all of that influences the final blend. We start with established combinations and adjust based on how you respond. The evening brought another new experience. A community meal where all residents of Greenleaf gathered to share food and conversation. Unlike the isolated consumption that had characterized Radiance's recent eating habits, this felt like genuine nourishment for both body and spirit. Sitting around long tables in the settlement's common area, Radiance listened to conversations about herb cultivation, successful healing experiences, plans for expanding the medicinal gardens, and the small daily victories that made life in the wasteland not just survivable, but meaningful. This sense of community is part of the healing process too, Sage explained quietly as they watched residents sharing stories and laughter. Isolation and disconnection often contribute to dependency on artificial substances. Rebuilding social connections supports recovery in ways that medicine alone cannot achieve. That second night brought deeper, more restful sleep than Radiance had experienced in months. The herbal sleep blend continued to provide gentle support, but more importantly, their system was beginning to remember how to transition naturally between wakefulness and rest. The aggressive cycles of artificial stimulation and sudden crashes were giving way to more natural rhythms. The following days established a pattern that felt both structured and peaceful. Mornings began with natural waking and the gentle energy support blend, followed by work in the medicinal gardens that provided both physical activity and meaningful purpose. Afternoons often included time with Bloom, learning about herbal preparation and developing personalized remedies. Evenings brought community meals and quiet reflection time. Most remarkably, Radiance's energy levels began to stabilize without any artificial support. The work in the gardens provided natural physical activity that stimulated healthy circulation and vitality. The herbal blends supported their system without creating dependency. The community connections gave them reasons to feel genuinely engaged, rather than simply alert. I'm starting to understand something, Radiance confided to Sage during their 4th day at Greenleaf. The quantum wasn't really giving me energy, it was masking how exhausted I was from doing work that didn't mean anything to me. Sage nodded thoughtfully. Dependency on artificial stimulants often develops when people are trying to force themselves through situations that aren't actually sustainable. The substances mask the problem temporarily, but they don't address the underlying causes of exhaustion or disconnection. They were working together in the adaptogenic herb section, harvesting mature schisandra berries, whose bright red color seemed to glow in the afternoon sunlight. The repetitive, meditative work had become something Radiance looked forward to rather than simply endured. "What happens when I leave here?" Radiance asked, voicing a concern that had been growing as they felt better. "I mean, I can't stay at Greenleaf forever, and I'll eventually need to return to work. How do I maintain this without going back to artificial stimulants?" "That's where the real learning begins," Sage replied with a smile. "Everything you're experiencing here, the natural energy support, the meaningful work, the community connections, can be adapted to whatever life you choose to build. The herbs can travel with you, but more importantly, you're developing an understanding of what your system actually needs to function well." That evening, Bloom presented Radiance with a carefully prepared travel kit, enough herbal blends to last several months, along with detailed instructions for preparation and use. More valuable still were the seeds and growing guides that would allow them to cultivate their own medicinal plants, wherever they eventually settled. "The goal isn't to make you dependent on our specific preparations," Bloom explained. "It's to give you the knowledge and resources to support your own well-behavior independently. True healing creates self-sufficiency, not new forms of dependency." By the end of their first week at Greenleaf, Radiance felt like a different person. Not artificially energized, but genuinely vital. Their sleep had normalized, their appetite had returned, and most importantly, they felt connected to sources of meaning and purpose that didn't require external substances to maintain. "I want to learn more," they told Sage during what had been planned as their final consultation. "Not just about using these herbs, but about growing them, preparing them, maybe even helping other people who are dealing with similar dependency issues." Sage's response reflected genuine pleasure at this development. "We'd be honored to have you stay longer, either as a continuing student or as an apprentice healer. Your experience with dependency and recovery could be invaluable in helping others who face similar challenges." The decision felt natural rather than forced. Instead of returning immediately to caravan guard work with all its stresses and temptations toward artificial stimulation, Radiance chose to remain at Greenleaf as an apprentice, learning the deeper skills of natural healing while contributing their own knowledge about wasteland survival and defense. Over the following weeks, they developed expertise in multiple aspects of the settlement's healing mission. They learned to identify, cultivate, and prepare dozens of medicinal plants. They studied the traditional knowledge that guided herbal medicine, understanding not just what worked, but why it worked. Most importantly, they began working with other visitors who arrived seeking help with various forms of dependency. "Your personal experience with recovery makes you uniquely qualified to guide others through similar processes," Sage observed as Radiance successfully helped a jet addict through their first week of withdrawal. "Academic knowledge is valuable, but lived experience creates trust and understanding that can't be replicated." The work felt more meaningful than anything Radiance had done during their years as a caravan guard. Instead of simply protecting valuable goods from wasteland dangers, they were helping people reclaim their lives from substances that had promised energy and vitality, but delivered only dependency and exhaustion. Their own relationship with energy and vitality had transformed completely. Where they had once relied on external substances to force artificial alertness, they now understood how to support their natural systems through proper nutrition, meaningful work, adequate rest, and community connection. The herbal preparations remained useful tools, but they were supplements to healthy living, rather than substitutes for it. Months later, when a caravan arrived at Greenleaf carrying someone in the grip of quantum dependency, shaking hands, empty bottles, desperate eyes that Radiance recognized from their own experience, they were ready to offer the same gentle, knowledgeable support that had transformed their own life. "I understand what you're going through," Radiance told the newcomer, settling beside them in the healing lodge with the calm presence they had learned from Sage. "I was exactly where you are now not so long ago. The good news is that there are alternatives, natural ways to support your energy that don't create dependency or crashes. Would you like to learn about them?" As evening settled over Greenleaf Settlement, the medicinal gardens rustled gently in the breeze, their carefully tended plants continuing their quiet work of growing and healing. Within the healing lodge, soft lamplight illuminated another conversation between someone who had found recovery and someone just beginning the journey, the ancient cycle of healing continuing through shared knowledge and compassionate support. Radiance's transformation from dependency to healing mastery represented everything Greenleaf stood for. The belief that true recovery came not from substituting one substance for another, but from rebuilding the natural systems that artificial stimulants had disrupted through patient work with soil and seeds, through community connection and meaningful purpose, through the gentle support of plant allies rather than the harsh demands of synthetic chemicals. Healing became not just possible, but sustainable. The empty quantum bottle that had once represented desperation now sat on a shelf in Radiance's quarters, not as a temptation, but as a reminder of how far they had traveled on their journey toward authentic vitality. Sometimes the most profound transformations began with the simple recognition that what we thought we needed was actually preventing us from finding what we truly required. In the Commonwealth's vast network of settlements and trading posts, stories traveled as regularly as caravans. Tales of communities that offered unique services, individuals who had discovered remarkable solutions to wasteland challenges. From Greenleaf's healing gardens, word began to spread of another fascinating development. A wandering researcher who had dedicated their life to documenting something most considered lost forever. The complete cultural history of Nucolo's forgotten flavors and the memories they held of a world before the bombs fell. Join us next for the Flavor Historian. The morning sun filtered through the dust-covered windows of Archive's mobile laboratory, casting golden beams across carefully organized shelves lined with bottles, advertisements, and documents that told the story of a lost world. The converted Brahmin cart had been their home for 3 years now, traveling from settlement to settlement in pursuit of something most people considered worthless: empty Nuka-Cola bottles and the memories of those who had tasted flavors that no longer existed. The laboratory itself was a marvel of efficient organization, every surface utilized to maximum effect while maintaining the careful climate control necessary to preserve delicate artifacts. Custom-built shelving systems held hundreds of bottles arranged by variety, production date, and condition. Each specimen was cushioned in specially cut foam, protected from vibration during travel, while remaining accessible for study and documentation. Archive moved through their rolling repository with the practiced efficiency of someone who had learned to maximize every inch of space. Each bottle was catalogued, photographed, and stored with meticulous care, not for their monetary value, which was negligible, but for their cultural significance as artifacts of pre-war life. The morning ritual of checking inventory and updating documentation had become a meditation, a way of connecting with the civilization that had been lost to nuclear fire. The process began each day with a systematic review of the collection's most recent additions. Yesterday had brought a particularly exciting discovery: a pristine Nuka-Cola Wild bottle discovered in the sealed break room of a pre-war office building. The amber-tinted glass retained its original labels, the distinctive wilderness imagery still vibrant after centuries. More importantly, the settlement member who had found it remembered their grandmother describing the flavor as like drinking autumn itself. Apple and spice with something that made you think of campfires and changing leaves. Such personal recollections were invaluable to Archive's work, providing cultural context that transformed simple beverage containers into windows onto pre-war society. The technical specifications of flavor formulations were interesting, but the human memories surrounding them revealed how these products had become woven into the fabric of daily life, marking seasons, celebrations, and personal milestones in ways their creators had perhaps never intended. Archive's documentation system reflected years of refinement, combining traditional academic methodology with practical considerations imposed by wasteland travel. Each artifact entry included detailed photographs from multiple angles, precise measurements, condition assessments, and most importantly, associated cultural information gathered through interviews with anyone who remembered consuming these varieties. The filing system occupied an entire wall of the mobile laboratory, with color-coded folders containing transcribed interviews, historical documents, advertising materials, and cross-referenced notes that connected individual memories to broader cultural patterns. Archive had developed their own shorthand for common themes, seasonal associations, celebration contexts, regional preferences, that allowed efficient notation during field interviews. The current location was Riverside Settlement, a modest community built around a functioning water purification plant that had attracted traders and travelers seeking clean water. Archive had arrived 3 days ago, following reports of an elderly ghoul who claimed to remember drinking Nuka-Cola varieties that hadn't been produced in over 2 centuries. Such leads were rare and precious, requiring careful approach and patient interview techniques developed through years of experience. Riverside Settlement exemplified the kind of community that often preserved the most valuable cultural memories. Established around practical necessity, clean water being essential for survival, it had grown organically into a hub for traders, travelers, and refugees who brought with them fragments of pre-war knowledge and experience. The settlement's leaders understood the value of preserving such information, maintaining a small library where visitors could record their memories and stories for future generations. Archive's approach to such communities had evolved considerably since beginning this work. Early attempts at collection had sometimes been met with suspicion or indifference. Why would anyone care about empty bottles and old advertisements when survival demanded focus on immediate necessities? Experience had taught the importance of demonstrating how cultural preservation could serve present needs, helping communities understand their own connections to pre-war traditions, while building social cohesion around shared heritage. The settlement structure reflected this balance between practicality and cultural awareness. Essential facilities, water purification, power generation, food storage, occupied central positions, while community spaces for gathering, storytelling, and cultural activities surrounded them. Archive had observed this pattern in many successful settlements, the physical layout embodying priorities that valued both survival and quality of life. Setting down their morning coffee, a luxury they allowed themselves when supplies permitted, Archive picked up a pristine bottle of what had once been Nuka-Cola Cherry. The distinctive red glass caught the light, its surface unmarked by time or wear. This particular specimen had been discovered in a sealed display case in a pre-war grocery store, preserved perfectly, as if waiting for someone to appreciate its significance. The cherry variety represented one of Archive's most thoroughly documented flavors, with interviews from over 30 individuals who remembered consuming it regularly. The consistency of their descriptions was remarkable. Everyone mentioned the artificial cherry flavor that was somehow more intense than actual cherries, the slight effervescence that made it more refreshing than regular Nuka-Cola, and most commonly, its association with autumn celebrations and Halloween traditions. One particularly vivid account had come from a trader named Marcus, whose grandmother had insisted on serving Nuka-Cola cherry at every family Halloween party. She'd buy cases of it starting in September, Marcus had recounted, storing them in the basement until October. Said it wasn't really Halloween without that red glow from the bottles on the table, mixing with the candlelight to make everything look magical. Such memories revealed layers of meaning that went far beyond simple beverage preferences. The cherry variety had become integrated into family traditions, seasonal celebrations, and community identity in ways that its corporate creators had likely never anticipated. Archive's documentation revealed how commercial products could transcend their intended purposes, becoming vehicles for personal expression and cultural continuity. The bottle represented more than a beverage flavor. It embodied memories of autumn celebrations, Halloween parties where the cherry variant had been traditional, family gatherings where different family members had their preferred Nuka-Cola varieties. Archive had interviewed dozens of people over the years, collecting stories about how these flavors had marked seasons, occasions, and personal milestones in the world before the bombs. This cultural significance extended beyond individual preferences to broader social patterns. Archive's research had identified distinct regional variations in flavor popularity, seasonal consumption patterns, and the ways different communities had incorporated various Nuka-Cola varieties into their celebration traditions. The data suggested that beverage preferences had served as markers of community identity, with certain flavors becoming associated with specific regions, social groups, or cultural practices. A gentle knock on the laboratory door interrupted their contemplation. "Come in," Archive called, carefully setting the cherry bottle back in its designated position. The visitor was Memory, the ghoul who had drawn Archive to Riverside settlement. Despite the physical transformation that centuries of radiation exposure had wrought, Memory's eyes retained the sharp intelligence that had made them a valuable interview subject. They moved with careful precision, their voice carrying the distinctive rasp that characterized their condition. "Good morning, Archive," Memory greeted, settling into the chair that had been positioned for their ongoing interviews. "I've been thinking about our conversation yesterday, about the Victory Cola and how it connected to seasonal celebrations. There's more to that story I'd like to share." Archive immediately reached for their recording equipment, a carefully maintained pre-war device that had been modified to run on small energy cells. The interviews with Memory had proven invaluable, providing cultural context that couldn't be found in any marketing materials or corporate documents. "Please, tell me more," Archive encouraged, adjusting the recording levels as Memory settled into the storytelling rhythm they had developed over their previous sessions. "Victory Cola wasn't just a flavor," Memory began, their voice taking on the measured cadence of someone accessing deep memories. "It was launched in 2076 to commemorate military victories, but communities adopted it for their own celebrations. Every time our settlement, it was called Millbrook back then, every time we had a successful harvest, someone would make a special trip to get Victory Cola for the celebration feast." Memory's eyes took on the distant look that Archive had learned to recognize in their best interview subjects, the expression of someone reaching across centuries to retrieve specific, precious details. The process of accessing such deep memories was clearly taxing, but Memory approached it with the dedication of someone who understood the importance of preserving what they carried. "The marketing was brilliant, really," Memory continued, their professional background evident in their analytical approach. "They positioned it as premium, limited availability, associated with achievement and success. But what happened was that communities started using it to mark their own victories. Harvests, successful trades, defense against raiders, anything worth celebrating. Archov listened with complete attention, occasionally asking clarifying questions that helped memory elaborate on details that might seem insignificant but were crucial to understanding the cultural role these beverages had played. The interview process had become an art form, requiring patience, empathy, and the ability to guide conversation without leading it toward predetermined conclusions. The flavor itself was distinctive, memory continued, their eyes focusing on something beyond the laboratory walls. Sweeter than regular Nuka-Cola, with spices that reminded you of autumn. Cinnamon, maybe nutmeg, something that made you think of celebration cakes and holiday meals. But it was the ritual that mattered most. Opening those bottles meant something important had happened, something worth commemorating. These descriptions aligned with other accounts Archive had collected, but Memory's perspective as a former corporate employee added layers of understanding about the deliberate marketing strategies that had shaped consumer behavior. The Victory Cola hadn't accidentally become associated with celebration. It had been designed and marketed specifically to create those associations. We knew exactly what we were doing, Memory admitted, with a mixture of professional pride and post-war regret. Market research had identified the psychological triggers that made people associate certain flavors with celebration, achievement, social status. Victory Cola was engineered to activate those responses, to make people feel like they were participating in something special. This revelation highlighted one of the ethical complexities that had emerged throughout Archive's research. The pre-war beverage industry had possessed sophisticated understanding of consumer psychology, using that knowledge to create products that went beyond simple refreshment to manipulate emotions and behaviors. Preserving this history required confronting uncomfortable truths about how commercial interests had shaped personal and cultural experiences. These interviews had become Archive's most valuable resource, providing insight into how different Nuka-Cola varieties had become integrated into social customs and personal traditions. Marketing materials could describe flavors and target demographics, but only people who had lived through that era could explain how these beverages had become part of community identity. After completing the morning's interview session, Archive spent time updating their documentation system, a complex network of cross-referenced notes that connected flavors to occasions, seasons to memories, individual stories to broader cultural patterns. The work required patience and attention to detail, but it was creating a comprehensive record of something that would otherwise be lost forever. The documentation process had evolved considerably over the years, driven by the practical needs of preserving information while maintaining accessibility for research and reference. Archive had developed a multi-layered system that captured both specific details and broader patterns, allowing for analysis at different levels of complexity. The primary database consisted of individual artifact records, each containing detailed physical descriptions, provenance information, condition assessments, and associated cultural data. Secondary files organized this information thematically: seasonal associations, regional variations, celebration contexts, and demographic preferences. Cross-explorative systems connected related items, allowing Archive to identify patterns and relationships that might not be apparent from individual records. The most valuable component, however, was the interview archive. Hundreds of hours of recorded conversations with people who remembered pre-war beverage culture. These recordings were transcribed, indexed, and analyzed for recurring themes, providing qualitative data that brought the quantitative artifact information to life. Archive had learned to listen not just for factual information, but for emotional undertones, cultural assumptions, and social contexts that revealed how these products had functioned within pre-war society. Recent additions to the archive included a series of interviews conducted in farming communities that had revealed fascinating connections between agricultural cycles and beverage preferences. Several elderly residents had described seasonal consumption patterns where different Nuka-Cola varieties had become associated with specific farming activities. Nuka-Cola Orange with spring planting celebrations, Cherry with autumn harvests, Victory with successful crop sales. Around midday, a Brahmin trader arrived at Riverside settlement with news that immediately captured Archive's attention. During a recent supply run to the Eastern Territories, the trader had encountered the ruins of what appeared to be a major Nuka-Cola corporate facility. Not a bottling plant, but a research and development center that had been abandoned but not destroyed during the war. The place looked untouched, the trader reported during their conversation at the settlement's trading post. Security doors still sealed, power systems showing standby indicators. Didn't go inside. That's not my area of expertise, but thought you might find it interesting given your specialty. Archive felt their pulse quicken with excitement. Most Nuka-Cola facilities had been destroyed during the war or thoroughly looted in the centuries since. A preserved corporate research facility could contain recipe databases, development notes, and cultural documentation that didn't exist anywhere else. How far east? Archive asked, trying to keep their enthusiasm controlled while gathering practical information about the journey. 3 days' travel by Brahmin cart, assuming good weather and no raider activity, the trader replied. Facilities built into a hillside, good defensive position. Roads are still passable, though you'll want to watch for meerlurk activity near the water crossings. That evening, Archive spent considerable time reviewing their maps and planning the expedition. The facility represented a potentially unprecedented opportunity for research, but it also raised complex questions about the purpose of their work. If the facility contained complete recipe databases and production equipment, would they be obligated to attempt recreation of lost flavors? And if so, what would be the ethical implications of reintroducing beverages that had been designed to encourage consumption and brand loyalty? These questions had philosophical dimensions that Archive had been grappling with throughout their research. Their work began as simple historical preservation, documenting what had existed before it was completely forgotten. But as their knowledge and resources grew, they faced decisions about how that knowledge should be used. The next morning brought preparation for the journey to the corporate facility. Archive carefully secured their most valuable specimens and documents, taking only essential research materials while ensuring their mobile laboratory remained functional during the expedition. The trip would require careful planning and adequate supplies, but the potential discoveries justified the risks. Memory insisted on accompanying the expedition despite the physical challenges their condition might present. I worked for Nuka-Cola Corporation for 15 years before the war, they explained when Archive expressed concern about the journey's demands. Quality control specialist, which meant I tasted every variant they produced. If you're going to encounter recipe databases and development notes, you need someone who understands what they mean. This revelation added another dimension to Archaeo's research. Memory had been an insider, someone who understood not just the consumer experience, but the corporate culture and decision-making processes that had shaped these products. Their perspective could provide crucial context for interpreting whatever documents they might discover. The journey to the corporate facility took them through territory that showed less radiation damage than many areas of the Commonwealth. Here, the landscape retained more of its pre-war character. rolling hills covered with mutated but recognizable vegetation, streams that ran clear despite their unusual coloration, ruins that suggested communities rather than devastation. The path wound through what had once been suburban developments, now overgrown with vegetation that had adapted to the post-war environment. Archive found these areas particularly poignant as they retained enough structure to suggest the daily lives that had once flourished here. Children's playgrounds stood frozen in time, their equipment weathered but recognizable. Shopping centers displayed faded signs for businesses that had served ordinary community needs. Grocery stores, pharmacies, restaurants where families had gathered for meals. These remnants provided valuable context for understanding pre-war culture, helping Archive visualize the social environments where Nuka-Cola varieties had been consumed. The suburban landscape suggested a society built around family units, community gathering places, and regular social rituals. Precisely the context where branded beverages could become integrated into personal and cultural identity. On the second day of travel, they encountered another researcher, a young woman named Heritage, who had been documenting pre-war community structures and social organizations. Her work complemented Archive's focus on cultural preservation, and she expressed genuine interest in their mission. Heritage's specialty was architectural anthropology, studying how built environments reflected and shaped social behaviors in pre-war communities. Consumer products like Nuka-Cola varieties weren't just beverages, Heritage observed during their evening conversation around a small campfire. They were part of social identity, community belonging, seasonal traditions. Understanding how they functioned culturally helps us understand how pre-war society organized itself around shared experiences. Heritage's perspective added valuable dimensions to Archive's research, connecting beverage culture to broader patterns of social organization and community identity. Her architectural analysis revealed how shopping centers, restaurants, and entertainment venues had been designed to encourage social consumption, creating environments where branded products became part of shared experiences. "Look at the layout of these old shopping centers," Heritage explained, gesturing toward the ruins they had passed earlier. The food court, positioned centrally, surrounded by retail spaces, designed to encourage lingering and social interaction. People didn't just buy Nuka-Cola, they consumed it in social contexts that reinforced its association with community, celebration, and shared experience. This insight helped Archive understand why their interview subjects so consistently connected specific flavors with social occasions and community events. The pre-war retail environment had been designed to create exactly those associations, transforming simple beverage consumption into meaningful social experiences. This perspective resonated strongly with Archive's own understanding of their work. The bottles, advertisements, and flavor memories they collected weren't just artifacts of a beverage company. They were pieces of a complex social system that had helped define community identity and personal relationships in the world before the bombs. The third day brought them to the corporate facility, and Archive's first glimpse confirmed the trader's description. Built into a natural hillside, the structure had been designed to blend with the landscape while providing security for valuable research and development activities. Unlike most pre-war buildings, this facility showed minimal external damage, its reinforced construction having protected it from both nuclear effects and centuries of weather. The main entrance featured the distinctive Nuka-Cola logo, but without the cheerful marketing presentation typically associated with consumer-facing facilities. This had been a serious research installation where corporate scientists had developed the flavors and formulations that would eventually reach millions of consumers. Memory approached the security panel beside the main entrance, their expression reflecting both anticipation and concern. Corporate facilities like this used sophisticated access controls, they explained, studying the interface. But I still remember my access codes. Assuming the system retained employee databases, the security system responded to memory's credentials with surprising efficiency, recognizing authorization patterns that had been valid over 2 centuries ago. The massive doors opened smoothly, revealing an interior that had been sealed against time and the elements since the day the facility was evacuated. Emergency lighting activated automatically as they entered, illuminating corridors that retained their original appearance. Corporate artwork on the walls, directional signs pointing toward different departments, even motivational posters encouraging employees to innovate for tomorrow and refreshing the world one bottle at a time. The facility's layout reflected its function as a research and development center. Laboratories for flavor testing, offices for marketing research, conference rooms where product strategies had been developed, and, most promising of all, a central database facility where recipe information and development notes had been stored. Archive moved through the facility with reverent care, documenting everything they encountered, while being mindful not to disturb the remarkable preservation they had discovered. Each room told part of the story of how Nuka-Cola varieties had been created, tested, and brought to market in the world before the war. The executive offices revealed the corporate culture that had driven product development, with motivational posters encouraging innovation and market expansion, alongside strategic planning documents that outlined consumer segmentation and demographic targeting. Archive found these materials both fascinating and troubling, evidence of sophisticated marketing strategies designed to create consumer dependency and brand loyalty. One conference room had been abandoned in the middle of what appeared to be a product launch meeting, with presentation materials still scattered across the table. The documents outlined plans for a new variety called Nuka-Cola Sunset, designed to appeal to young adults through associations with romance, adventure, and social sophistication. The marketing strategy included celebrity endorsements, tie-ins with popular entertainment, and carefully orchestrated social media campaign. The flavor development laboratory proved particularly fascinating, containing equipment for creating and testing beverage formulations alongside detailed notes about consumer preferences, seasonal marketing strategies, and the psychology of taste preferences. The scientists who had worked here had understood their products not just as beverages, but as experiences that could evoke emotions and memories. Specialized equipment filled the laboratory: flavor analysis machines, consumer testing booths, climate-controlled storage for ingredient samples, and computer systems for modeling taste preferences and consumer responses. Archive documented everything meticulously, understanding that this equipment represented the technological foundation for creating products that had shaped millions of lives. Memory provided valuable context as they explored, explaining the function of different equipment and the significance of various documents they encountered. This was where they developed the spice blend for Victory Cola, they noted, indicating a workstation with carefully labeled ingredient samples. The goal was to create associations with celebration and achievement, flavors that would make people think of special occasions. The consumer testing area revealed the sophisticated research methods that had informed product development. Individual booths where test subjects had evaluated different formulations, recording equipment for capturing immediate reactions, and analysis stations where researchers had studied the psychological and physiological responses to different flavor combinations. We spent months testing every aspect of each new variety, Memory explained, their voice carrying the weight of professional knowledge and personal guilt. Not just taste, but color, aroma, packaging design, marketing messaging. Everything was calculated to create specific consumer responses: desire, satisfaction, repeat purchase behavior, brand loyalty. Archive found these revelations both illuminating and disturbing. The level of psychological manipulation involved in creating these products had been far more sophisticated than most consumers could have imagined. The flavors that had brought joy and community connection to millions of people had been engineered using techniques that prioritized profit over well-being. The ethical dimensions of their discovery became increasingly complex as they continued their exploration. The corporate facility contained not just recipes and formulations, but extensive research into consumer psychology, marketing strategies designed to encourage consumption, and development notes that revealed the deliberate creation of product loyalty through carefully crafted taste experiences. In the central database facility, Archive found what they had hoped for and feared: complete recipe databases for every Nuka-Cola variety ever produced, including experimental flavors that had never reached market. The information was comprehensive, detailing not just ingredients and proportions, but the cultural research that had informed flavor development and marketing strategies. Standing before the database terminals, Archive faced the central question that had been developing throughout their research. Was preservation the same as recreation? Did documenting these lost flavors require attempting to reproduce them, or was respectful remembrance sufficient? Heritage, who had been documenting the facility's organizational structure, offered a perspective that helped clarify the ethical dimensions. Cultural preservation can take many forms, she observed. Museums preserve artifacts without requiring them to be used as originally intended. Your documentation creates a record that honors what existed without necessarily bringing it back into existence. Memory added their own insight, drawn from years of experience with both corporate culture and post-war reality. These flavors belonged to a different world, with different values and different understanding of health and sustainability. Preserving the knowledge doesn't mean we have to recreate the products, especially if doing so might cause harm. After extensive discussion and careful consideration, Archive made their decision. They would document everything completely, photographing every recipe, transcribing every development note, creating a comprehensive record that would preserve this knowledge for future generations. But they would not attempt to recreate the flavors themselves, choosing instead to honor the memories and cultural significance without potentially perpetuating the consumption patterns that had characterized pre-war society. The documentation process took several days, requiring careful photography of hundreds of documents, transcription of handwritten notes, and systematic cataloging of recipe databases. Archive worked with methodical precision, ensuring that every detail was preserved while maintaining the respectful approach that had always characterized their research. Each recipe required multiple photographs to capture all relevant information: ingredient lists, preparation procedures, quality control standards, and marketing notes that explained the intended consumer experience. Archive's documentation system had evolved to handle this complexity, with standardized formats that ensured consistency while allowing for the unique characteristics of each formulation. The database systems proved particularly challenging to document, containing thousands of entries with complex cross-references and analytical data. Archive spent considerable time learning to navigate the corporate software, understanding the organizational logic that had governed product development, and the analytical frameworks that had guided decision-making. Heritage, contributed her expertise in organizational analysis, helping Archive understand how the facility's structure reflected corporate priorities and decision-making processes. Her insights revealed patterns in how different departments had collaborated, where tensions had existed between creative and commercial imperatives, and how consumer research had influenced product development strategies. Memory's contributions proved invaluable for interpreting technical documents and understanding the corporate culture that had shaped product development. Their insider knowledge revealed the human dynamics behind corporate decisions, the personalities who had driven innovation, and the ethical compromises that had been made in pursuit of market success. There were always debates about health impacts, Memory admitted during one of their documentation sessions. Some researchers raised concerns about sugar content, artificial additives, the psychological effects of marketing to children, but those concerns were consistently overruled by commercial priorities. These revelations added complexity to Archive's understanding of their preservation mission. The knowledge they were documenting represented remarkable technical achievement and cultural significance, but it also embodied ethical problems that had contributed to public health issues and exploitative marketing practices. As they prepared to leave the facility, Archive made one final decision that reflected their commitment to ethical preservation. They sealed the database systems and left them intact, but they secured the facility to prevent unauthorized access by those who might use the information for commercial exploitation rather than cultural understanding. The decision required careful consideration of multiple factors: the historical value of preserving the facility as a complete artifact, the potential for misuse of the technical information, and the responsibility that came with possessing knowledge that could either educate or exploit future generations. The knowledge is preserved, Archive explained to Memory and Heritage as they departed, but is preserved as history, not as a blueprint for recreation. Future generations can learn from it, understand it, and make their own decisions about how to use it. This approach aligned with Archive's broader philosophy of cultural preservation, maintaining knowledge for educational and historical purposes, while avoiding the recreation of potentially harmful practices. The distinction between preservation and recreation had become central to their work, allowing them to honor the past while serving the interests of present and future communities. The return journey to Riverside settlement provided time for reflection on what they had discovered and decided. Archive's mobile laboratory now contained documentation that represented the most complete record of pre-war nucleocolic culture ever assembled. But it also represented a commitment to ethical preservation rather than commercial recreation. Back at Riverside settlement, Archive began the process of organizing their expanded research into a format that could be shared with other communities and researchers. The goal was to create a cultural archive that would help people understand not just what had existed, but how it had functioned within pre-war society, and what lessons it might offer for post-war communities. Memory continued to provide valuable assistance, helping Archive understand the social and cultural context for the technical information they had discovered. Their collaboration had evolved into something more than researcher and interview subject. They had become partners in preserving cultural memory for future generations. Heritage remained with them for several weeks, contributing her expertise in community organization to help Archive understand how beverage preferences had reflected and reinforced social structures in pre-war communities. Her work added crucial context to the technical information they had gathered. As word spread about Archive's discovery and approach, other settlements began requesting visits from the mobile laboratory. Communities wanted to understand their own connections to pre-war culture, to learn about traditions and practices that might inform their current efforts to build sustainable societies. Archive found themselves transitioning from solitary researcher to community educator, sharing their knowledge in ways that helped settlements understand their cultural heritage without encouraging them to recreate potentially problematic aspects of pre-war consumption patterns. During one such visit to a farming community called Harvestville, Archive met with the settlement's council to discuss how knowledge of pre-war beverage culture might inform their own celebration traditions. The conversation reflected the mature approach that characterized their work, using historical knowledge to inform present decisions rather than simply recreating past practices. We can learn from how pre-war communities used beverages to mark occasions and build social connections, Archive explained to the council. But we can adapt those lessons to our current values and resources, creating new traditions that serve our community's needs. The community decided to develop their own seasonal celebration drinks, using local ingredients and traditional brewing methods inspired by the cultural functions that Nuka-Cola varieties had served, but adapted to their current circumstances and values. Archive provided historical context and cultural insight, while the community created something entirely new. These interactions confirmed Archive's belief that cultural preservation was most valuable when it informed present decisions rather than simply recreating past practices. The knowledge they had gathered about pre-war beverage culture could help post-war communities understand the social functions of shared consumption experiences, while encouraging them to develop their own approaches to community building and celebration. Months later, Archive's mobile laboratory had become a traveling repository of cultural memory, visiting settlements throughout the Commonwealth and beyond. Their work had evolved from simple collection to active preservation, creating educational resources that helped communities understand their cultural heritage, while making informed decisions about their own traditions. The empty bottles that lined the laboratory shelves no longer represented lost flavors but preserved memories, evidence of how human communities had used shared experiences to build social connections and cultural identity. Archive had found a way to honor the past while serving the present, preserving knowledge that might otherwise be lost, while encouraging communities to create their own meaningful traditions. Standing in their laboratory during a quiet evening, Archive reflected on the journey that had brought them from simple collector to cultural preservationist. The work had revealed the deep connections between consumer products and community identity, between individual memories and collective culture, between preserving knowledge and using it wisely. The bottles, advertisements, and documented memories that surrounded them represented more than artifacts of a beverage company. They were pieces of a complex social system that had helped define human community in the world before the bombs. By preserving that knowledge while encouraging communities to create their own traditions, Archive had found a way to honor the past while serving the future. As autumn approached and the Commonwealth prepared for another season of harvest celebrations, Archive began planning their next research expedition. There were still stories to collect, memories to preserve, and communities to serve. The work of cultural preservation was never truly finished, but it was always meaningful, connecting past and present, memory and hope, individual experience and collective understanding. The mobile laboratory would continue its travels, carrying the preserved memories of lost flavors and the ongoing commitment to ethical preservation that had come to define Archive's work. In a world where so much had been lost to nuclear fire and time, their dedication to preserving cultural memory represented a quiet but essential victory, ensuring that the richness of human experience would not be forgotten, even as communities worked to build better futures. Throughout the Commonwealth, tales travelled of Archive's unique mission and the discoveries they had made, but perhaps more interesting to some was another story beginning to emerge. Whispers of a settlement coordinator who had found an innovative way to use Nuka-Cola Quantum's distinctive glow not for consumption, but for something far more practical, guiding travelers safely through the Commonwealth's most dangerous passages. Join us next for the Quantum Lighthouse. The pre-dawn darkness stretched across the Commonwealth like a heavy blanket, broken only by the distinctive blue glow that emanated from Beacon's carefully placed Nuka-Cola Quantum bottles. Standing on the windswept summit of Relay Hill, Beacon adjusted the position of the latest addition to their growing network. A pristine bottle whose radioactive contents cast an ethereal light that could be seen for miles across the dangerous terrain below. The lighthouse system had begun as a simple solution to a deadly problem. Too many travelers were losing their way in the treacherous mountain passes that connected the Commonwealth's scattered settlements, falling victim to raiders, wildlife, or simply the harsh environment itself. Traditional navigation methods, compass readings, landmark recognition, star navigation, proved inadequate for the refugees, traders, and messengers who needed to cross unfamiliar territory under dangerous conditions. The inspiration had come during a particularly tragic week 18 months ago, when 3 separate incidents had claimed the lives of travelers who had lost their way in Commonwealth terrain. A family of refugees from the capital wasteland had perished, attempting to reach Sanctuary Hills during a blizzard, their frozen bodies found just 2 miles from safety. A courier carrying vital medical supplies had fallen into a hidden ravine while navigating by moonlight, the supplies lost along with their life. Most heartbreaking of all, a young messenger carrying news of a successful harvest celebration had simply vanished somewhere between Diamond City and Good Neighbor, never to be seen again. Each tragedy had represented not just individual loss, but the breakdown of connections between communities that depended on reliable communication and trade. The Commonwealth's scattered settlements existed in a delicate network of mutual support, sharing resources, information, and assistance that made survival possible in the harsh post-war environment. When that network was disrupted by navigation failures and travel accidents, entire communities suffered the consequences. Beacon had started with just 3 bottles, positioned at critical points along the most frequently traveled route between Sanctuary Hills and Diamond City. The distinctive blue glow of Nuka-Cola Quantum proved visible from remarkable distances, even in adverse weather conditions. More importantly, the bottles were small enough to be positioned discreetly, avoiding the attention that larger signal fires might attract from hostile forces. The initial placement had required careful study of travel patterns, terrain features, and weather conditions that affected visibility. Beacon had spent weeks walking the routes themselves, identifying positions that provided optimal visibility from multiple approach angles while remaining reasonably secure from theft or vandalism. The ideal lighthouse position needed to be accessible for maintenance visits, but difficult for casual discovery by raiders or other hostile forces. The first successful rescue had validated the concept beyond Beacon's most optimistic expectations. A caravan carrying children from a failed settlement had become disoriented during a severe dust storm, wandering in dangerous circles as visibility dropped to mere feet. The distinctive blue glow of the nearest quantum waypoint had provided a reference point that allowed them to reorient themselves and reach safety at Sanctuary Hills. Word of that rescue had spread quickly through the Commonwealth's informal communication networks. Caravan masters began including the lighthouse positions in their route planning, adjusting schedules and cargo loads to take advantage of the reliable waypoints. Courier services updated their maps to reflect the new navigation aids, reducing delivery times and improving reliability for urgent communications. The network had grown organically as word spread among the Commonwealth's traveling community. Each successful passage reinforced the system's reputation, while each new waypoint expanded the routes that could be traveled safely. Beacon had developed systematic procedures for evaluating potential lighthouse positions, establishing criteria for placement that balanced visibility, security, and maintenance accessibility. The expansion process required extensive consultation with the communities that would benefit from new waypoints. Settlement leaders provided information about travel patterns, seasonal variations in route usage, and specific hazards that made navigation particularly challenging in their areas. This collaborative approach ensured that lighthouse placements served real needs rather than arbitrary geographic consideration. Each bottle required careful consideration of placement, visibility, and security. Beacon had developed a systematic approach to site selection, evaluating factors like elevation, sightlines, weather exposure, and accessibility for maintenance. The ideal position provided maximum visibility across multiple approach routes, while remaining reasonably secure from theft or vandalism. The technical aspects of lighthouse maintenance had evolved into a sophisticated discipline over the months of operation. Each quantum bottle had a finite lifespan, with the radioactive glow gradually diminishing over time until it became ineffective for long-distance navigation. Beacon had learned to assess the remaining life of each waypoint through careful observation of light intensity, color consistency, and visibility range under different atmospheric conditions. Weather patterns played a crucial role in lighthouse effectiveness, with fog, dust storms, and radiation storms all affecting visibility in different ways. Beacon had developed contingency procedures for maintaining navigation services during adverse conditions, including backup positioning strategies and alternative route recommendations that could be communicated to travelers through the Commonwealth's informal information networks. The maintenance schedule required regular visits to each lighthouse position, typically on a monthly cycle, that could be adjusted based on environmental conditions and usage patterns. These inspection visits involved careful assessment of bottle condition, position optimization based on seasonal changes in vegetation or terrain, and security checks to ensure that waypoints hadn't been discovered or tampered with by hostile forces. The morning ritual of checking and maintaining the lighthouse network had become a meditative practice for Beacon. The pre-dawn darkness provided optimal conditions for evaluating the visibility of each waypoint, while the quiet hours allowed for careful adjustment of positions and replacement of bottles, whose glow had begun to fade. During these solitary hours, Beacon often reflected on the broader implications of their work. The lighthouse network represented more than a navigation system. It embodied the connections between Commonwealth communities, the invisible threads of commerce, communication, and mutual support that made civilized life possible in the post-war world. Each blue light was both a practical tool and a symbol of hope, representing the possibility of safe passage through dangerous territory. The psychological impact of the lighthouse network had proved as important as its practical benefits. Travelers reported feeling more confident and less anxious when routes included quantum waypoints, knowing that reliable navigation references were available even in the worst conditions. This psychological security translated into practical benefits, as confident travelers made better decisions and were less likely to panic when faced with unexpected challenges. Standing on Relay Hill as the first hints of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, Beacon surveyed the network that had grown to encompass over 40 strategic positions across the northern Commonwealth. Each point of blue light represented a lifeline for travelers, a beacon of hope in the vast darkness that could mean the difference between safe passage and tragic loss. The strategic importance of different lighthouse positions had become clear through months of observation and feedback from travelers. Certain waypoints served as critical junction markers where multiple routes converged, requiring special attention to positioning and maintenance. Others marked particularly hazardous sections of terrain where navigation errors could prove fatal, demanding backup systems and emergency procedures. The most challenging positions were those that served the mountain passes connecting the Commonwealth to neighboring regions. These remote locations required extended maintenance expeditions, sometimes taking several days to reach and inspect. However, their importance to interregional trade and communication made them essential components of the network, despite the difficulties involved in maintaining them. Beacon had established supply caches at strategic locations throughout the network, containing backup quantum bottles, maintenance tools, and emergency supplies that could sustain extended inspection trips. These caches were carefully concealed and secured, marked only by subtle indicators that would be recognizable to Beacon but invisible to casual observation. The success of the lighthouse system had created its own challenges. Word of the network's effectiveness had spread beyond the Commonwealth, attracting travelers from distant regions who had heard rumors of safe passage routes marked by mysterious blue lights. The increased traffic was gratifying validation of the system's value, but it also placed greater demands on Beacon's limited supply of quantum bottles. This growing demand had led to the development of a more sophisticated understanding of traffic patterns and route optimization. Beacon had begun collecting data on travel frequency, seasonal variations, and the specific needs of different types of travelers. This information informed decisions about lighthouse placement and maintenance priorities, ensuring that limited resources were allocated where they could provide maximum benefit. The documentation system had evolved into a comprehensive database that tracked not only the technical aspects of lighthouse maintenance, but also the broader patterns of Commonwealth travel and communication. This information proved valuable to settlement leaders and trade organizations, helping them understand the economic and social networks that connected their communities. The supply situation had become increasingly precarious over recent months. Nuka-Cola Quantum had never been common even before the war, and the century since had made it a rare commodity indeed. Most bottles were consumed by those seeking the beverage's distinctive energy boost, while others were hoarded by collectors or used in various chemical applications. The Lighthouse Network's growing reputation meant that Beacon suppliers faced increasing competition for the limited available stock. Beacon had initially relied on a network of scavengers and traders who specialized in pre-war artifacts, individuals who understood the value of intact quantum bottles and were willing to preserve them for specialized applications rather than immediate consumption. These relationships had been carefully cultivated over months of negotiation and mutual benefit, with Beacon providing valuable intelligence about quantum travel patterns in exchange for priority access to quantum supply. The economics of quantum acquisition had become increasingly complex as demand grew. Bottles that had once been available for modest payment in caps or trade goods now commanded premium prices, with some specimens selling for more than high-quality weapons or medical supplies. The Lighthouse Network's success had inadvertently created a market for quantum bottles that made them less accessible for their original purpose. Beacon had experimented with various approaches to extend the effective life of quantum bottles, including environmental protection measures, position optimization to maximize visibility efficiency, and rotation systems that allowed bottles to be moved between positions based on current traffic patterns. These techniques helped optimize the use of available supplies, but but couldn't address the fundamental challenge of increasing scarcity. The broader implications of the supply crisis extended beyond the lighthouse network itself. The system had become integral to the Commonwealth's transportation infrastructure, enabling trade relationships and communication networks that might not otherwise be sustainable. The potential loss of reliable navigation services could have cascading effects on inter-settlement cooperation and economic development. The problem had reached a critical point 3 weeks ago when Beacon's primary supplier, a veteran trader named Roots, had delivered devastating news. His network of contacts throughout the Eastern Territories had been systematically disrupted by a coordinated raider campaign targeting supply lines and trading posts. The bottles that had been promised for the lighthouse network were now scattered across raider camps or destroyed in the attacks. Roots had been more than just a supplier. He had been a partner in the lighthouse network's development, understanding its importance to Commonwealth stability and contributing his own expertise in logistics and resource management. His network of contacts had provided not just quantum bottles, but also intelligence about travel conditions, potential threats, and opportunities for network expansion. "I've got maybe 24 bottles left in my personal stock," Roots had admitted, his weathered face showing genuine regret. "After that, I can't guarantee anything. The raiders hit 3 of my major suppliers, and the survivors are too scared to venture out on collection runs. It's going to take months to rebuild the supply network, assuming we can find people willing to take the risks." The raider campaign that had disrupted Rout's network represented a broader pattern of hostility toward the infrastructure that supported inter-settlement cooperation. Some raider groups had apparently recognized that disrupting trade and communication networks could weaken the Commonwealth settlements, making them more vulnerable to exploitation and predation. This supply crisis threatened to leave critical sections of the lighthouse network dark, potentially stranding travelers in some of the Commonwealth's most dangerous terrain. The mountain passes that connected the northern settlements were particularly treacherous, with steep cliffs, unstable weather, and frequent predator activity that made navigation without reliable waypoints extremely hazardous. The human cost of lighthouse network failure would extend far beyond inconvenience or delayed travel. Beacon had documented dozens of cases where the blue waypoints had provided crucial guidance during emergency situations, medical evacuations, refugee movements, urgent supply deliveries that could mean the difference between life and death for entire communities. The loss of reliable navigation services could literally cost lives. Beacon had spent the weeks since that conversation developing contingency plans and alternative solutions. The lighthouse network had become too valuable to the Commonwealth's travelling community to simply abandon when supplies ran low. Too many lives depended on those distant blue beacons for safe passage through hostile territory. The initial response had focused on resource optimization, identifying ways to maintain essential navigation services with reduced quantum supplies. This meant conducting detailed analysis of traffic patterns to identify the most critical waypoints, seasonal variations that affected route usage, and alternative positioning strategies that could provide maximum coverage with minimum resources. The first step had been to prioritize the most critical waypoints, ensuring that the remaining quantum bottles were positioned where they could provide maximum benefit to the greatest number of travelers. This meant making difficult decisions about which routes to maintain and which to temporarily abandon based on traffic patterns, danger levels, and the availability of alternative navigation methods. The prioritization process had required extensive consultation with the communities that depended on the lighthouse network. Settlement leaders provided data on trade volumes, travel frequencies, and the relative importance of different routes to their economic and social well-being. This information helped Beacon make informed decisions about resource allocation while ensuring that critical connections weren't inadvertently severed. Some routes proved easier to deprioritize than others. Seasonal paths, used primarily for recreational travel or non-urgent trade, could be temporarily abandoned without serious consequences. However, routes that served essential functions, medical supply deliveries, emergency communications, refugee assistance, required continued maintenance regardless of resource constraints. Beacon had also begun reaching out to the communities that benefited most from the Lighthouse network, seeking their input on priorities and their potential contributions to solving the supply crisis. The response had been encouraging, revealing the depth of appreciation for the service and the willingness of settlements to contribute resources toward maintaining it. The consultation process had revealed interesting patterns in how different communities valued various aspects of the Lighthouse network. Trading settlements emphasized routes that supported commerce and economic development, while agricultural communities prioritized connections that enabled seasonal labor movement and harvest activities. Military outposts focused on routes that supported coordination and mutual defense arrangements. The sunrise that morning brought a visitor who had become increasingly important to the Lighthouse network's future. Compass, an elderly mountain guide whose knowledge of traditional navigation methods had proved invaluable in developing backup systems for the quantum waypoint. Compost approached the summit with the steady pace of someone who had spent decades traversing difficult terrain. Their weathered appearance and practical equipment marked them as a true wilderness expert, someone who understood the landscape's dangers and opportunities from years of direct experience. "Morning, Beacon," Compass greeted, settling onto a convenient boulder while surveying the network of blue lights that still glowed in the early dawn. "I've been thinking about our conversation last week, about developing alternative navigation methods that don't depend entirely on quantum bottles. The collaboration with Compass had emerged from a chance encounter at Junction Settlement, where Beacon had been consulting with community leaders about the Lighthouse network's future. Compass had been present during the discussion, initially skeptical about the need for artificial navigation aids when traditional methods had served travelers for centuries. "In my day, we navigated by reading the landscape," Compass had initially observed, their tone carrying the authority of someone who had spent decades guiding people through wilderness terrain. Star positions, wind patterns, the way water flows, how vegetation grows differently on different slope aspects. You didn't need glowing bottles to find your way if you understood how to read the signs that nature provides. The initial conversation had been somewhat tense, with Compass viewing the Lighthouse network as a symptom of declining wilderness skills rather than a valuable innovation. Their perspective reflected a common tension in post-war society, between traditional knowledge and technological solutions, between self-reliance and dependence on artificial systems. But as the conversation had progressed, Compass had begun to understand the unique challenges faced by the Commonwealth's current traveling population. Many were refugees with no experience in wilderness navigation, forced to traverse unfamiliar terrain under dangerous conditions. Others were traders focused on speed and efficiency rather than traditional skills, carrying valuable cargo that made extended navigation learning impractical. Still others were messengers carrying urgent communications who couldn't afford to lose time learning complex wayfinding techniques. "The problem isn't that traditional navigation doesn't work," Compass had eventually conceded. their understanding deepening as they learned about the diverse needs of Commonwealth travelers. It's that too few people have the knowledge and experience to use it effectively. The Lighthouse network provides a bridge between traditional skills and modern needs, offering reliability that people can depend on while they develop other capabilities. This insight had led to their current collaboration, developing hybrid systems that combined the reliability of quantum waypoints with traditional navigation methods that could function even when the bottles weren't available. The goal was to create redundant systems that provided safety and security while reducing dependence on the increasingly scarce quantum supply. Compass brought decades of experience in wilderness navigation, accumulated through a lifetime of guiding hunting parties, trade expeditions, and refugee groups through the Commonwealth's most challenging terrain. Their knowledge encompassed not just basic wayfinding techniques, but also the subtle environmental indicators that could provide information about weather patterns, seasonal changes, and potential hazards. Most people think navigation is about finding your way from point A to point B, Compass had explained during one of their early working sessions. But real wilderness navigation is about understanding the landscape as a living system, how it changes with seasons and weather, what signs indicate safety or danger, how to read the story that the land tells about its history and current conditions. This holistic approach to navigation complemented the Lighthouse network's technological focus, providing layers of information and redundancy that could function independently or in combination, depending on circumstances. The hybrid system promised to be more robust and adaptable than either approach used alone. "I've been working on something that might interest you," Compass continued, pulling a hand-drawn map from their pack. "A comprehensive guide to the traditional navigation markers that can be used in conjunction with your lighthouse network. Rock formations, water sources, vegetation patterns, permanent features that don't require maintenance or replacement." The map was a work of art as much as a practical tool, showing the familiar territory around the Lighthouse network with notations for dozens of natural landmarks that could serve as navigation references. Compass had spent weeks documenting these features, creating a resource that could help travelers maintain their bearings, even when weather conditions or other factors made the quantum waypoints difficult to see. "This is remarkable work," Beacon acknowledged, studying the detailed annotations that revealed layers of information about the landscape they had been traversing for years. "How do we make this knowledge accessible to the people who need it most?" "Training," Compass replied simply. "Not everyone needs to become an expert wilderness navigator, but basic skills can make the difference between life and death when primary navigation methods fail. I'm proposing a series of workshops at the major settlements, teaching fundamental wayfinding techniques that complement your lighthouse system." The idea had immediate appeal, addressing both the practical challenges of the supply crisis and the broader goal of making the Commonwealth's traveling community more resilient and self-sufficient. Rather than creating dependence on artificial navigation aids, the combined system would provide multiple layers of safety and redundancy. They spent the morning walking the Lighthouse network together, with Compass identifying traditional navigation markers that corresponded to each quantum waypoint. The process revealed how the artificial and natural systems could work together, with the distinctive blue glow serving as primary navigation reference, while traditional landmarks provided backup guidance and route confirmation. "See that distinctive rock formation just south of the quantum placement?" Compass pointed out as they examined one of the most critical waypoints. "That's what we call a pointer rock. Its shape and orientation provide directional guidance that's visible even in poor weather. If the bottle fails or gets stolen, travelers can still navigate using the rock formation. This dual system approach had the potential to solve multiple problems simultaneously. It reduced the pressure on quantum supplies by providing alternative navigation methods, while also improving overall safety by creating redundant systems that didn't rely on any single technology or resource. As they continued their survey, Beacon began to see the landscape differently, not just as terrain to be crossed, but as a complex information system that could be read by those with the knowledge and experience to interpret its signs. The lighthouse network, impressive as it was, represented just one layer of a more comprehensive navigation system. Their work was interrupted by the arrival of Journey, a caravan master whose successful passages through the mountain routes had been enabled by the lighthouse network. Journey's appearance was a welcome reminder of the system's value, as their caravan operations had become increasingly important to the economic stability of several Commonwealth settlements. "Beacon, thank goodness you're here," Journey called out as they approached the summit. "I've got a major supply run scheduled for next week. Medical supplies for Covenant, ammunition for the Minutemen, food for the refugee camps. The route goes through Devil's Canyon, and I'm hearing rumors that some of the waypoints in that area are going dark." Devil's Canyon represented one of the most challenging sections of the entire lighthouse network, with steep terrain, unpredictable weather, and frequent predator activity that made navigation extremely hazardous. The quantum waypoints in that area were essential for safe passage, but they were also among the most difficult to maintain due to accessibility issues and harsh environmental conditions. "The bottles in Devil's Canyon are reaching the end of their useful life," Beacon confirmed. "And I don't have replacements available. We're working on alternative solutions, but they're not ready for implementation yet." Journey's expression reflected the serious implications of this situation. "Without reliable navigation through Devil's Canyon, I'll have to add 3 days to the journey and take routes that are almost as dangerous. The medical supplies are urgently needed, and the delay could literally cost lives." This conversation highlighted the real-world consequences of the supply crisis. The lighthouse network hadn't just provided convenience for travelers. It had become integral to the Commonwealth's economic and social infrastructure, enabling trade relationships and support networks that might not otherwise be sustainable. Compass had been listening to this exchange with growing interest, recognizing an opportunity to test their hybrid navigation approach under real-world conditions. "What if we could provide you with detailed traditional navigation guides for the Devil's Canyon route, along with emergency backup methods that work even in the worst conditions? Traditional navigation requires skills and experience I don't have," Journey replied. "My expertise is in managing caravans, not wilderness navigation. I need systems that work reliably without extensive training or specialized knowledge." "That's exactly why we're developing hybrid approaches," Beacon explained. "Combining the reliability you're used to with backup methods that don't require specialized expertise. Compass has been working on simplified navigation techniques that can be learned quickly and used effectively by people with your background." The discussion that followed revealed the complexity of creating navigation systems that could serve the diverse needs of the Commonwealth's traveling community. Professional caravan masters like Journey needed reliability and efficiency, while refugees and inexperienced travelers needed systems that were simple enough to use under stress, but comprehensive enough to provide safety in dangerous conditions. Over the following days, Beacon and Compass worked intensively to develop a comprehensive solution for the Devil's Canyon route. The plan combined the remaining functional quantum waypoints with traditional navigation markers, simplified wayfinding techniques, and emergency backup procedures that could be implemented by non-experts. The Devil's Canyon route presented unique challenges that made it an ideal test case for hybrid navigation methods. The terrain was particularly rugged, with steep elevation changes that could disorient travelers, and weather patterns that frequently obscured distant landmarks. Traditional compass navigation was complicated by mineral deposits that affected magnetic readings, while the narrow canyon walls limited visibility of celestial navigation references. However, the same geological features that made Devil's Canyon challenging also provided opportunities for traditional navigation markers. Distinctive rock formations served as natural landmarks, visible from multiple approach angles. The canyon's water sources followed predictable patterns that could guide route selection. Even the vegetation growth patterns reflected underlying terrain features that experienced navigators could read and interpret. Compass worked with remarkable attention to detail, creating comprehensive documentation for each section of the route that combined traditional wayfinding techniques with modern safety considerations. Their maps showed not just topographical features, but also seasonal variations, weather hazards, and the subtle environmental indicators that could provide crucial information to observant travelers. Navigation is really about pattern recognition, Compass explained as they worked on the detailed route documentation. Learning to see the relationships between different landscape features, understanding how they connect and what they tell you about your position and direction. Once you understand the patterns, navigation becomes intuitive rather than technical. The solution required careful coordination with the settlements that benefited from the lighthouse network. Junction Settlement agreed to provide materials for creating traditional navigation markers, stone cairns, wooden signposts, and reflective panels that could enhance visibility of natural landmarks. The construction of these markers required significant community investment in materials and labor, but the settlements recognized their importance to maintaining safe travel routes. Covenant contributed supplies for emergency shelter caches along the route, understanding that the hybrid navigation system needed to account for situations where travelers might become stranded due to weather, equipment failure, or other unforeseen circumstances. These shelter caches would provide basic survival resources, while travelers waited for conditions to improve or helped to arrive. Sanctuary Hills provided trained volunteers to help with implementation, recognizing that the hybrid system required more sophisticated installation and maintenance procedures than simple quantum bottle placement. The volunteers brought construction skills for building traditional markers and organizational expertise for coordinating the complex implementation process. The collaborative response demonstrated how the lighthouse network had evolved beyond a simple navigation system to become a foundation for community cooperation and mutual support. The crisis had revealed the depth of investment that various settlements had in maintaining safe travel routes, and their willingness to contribute resources towards solutions that served common interests rather than just individual needs. Beacon spent considerable time over the following week's training Journey and other caravan masters in the hybrid navigation techniques. The sessions combined practical instruction in traditional wayfinding with familiarization with the backup systems that would be available when quantum waypoints weren't functional. The key is layered redundancy, Beacon explained during one of these training sessions. Primary navigation using whatever quantum waypoints are available, secondary navigation using traditional landmarks, and emergency procedures that work even when both primary systems fail. The training revealed interesting patterns in how different people approached navigation challenges. Some caravan masters adapted quickly to traditional techniques, while others preferred technological solutions even when they were less reliable. The hybrid system accommodated these different preferences while ensuring that everyone had access to multiple navigation methods. As the system evolved, Beacon began to see opportunities for expansion beyond the immediate supply crisis. The collaborative approach had generated enthusiasm among the Commonwealth settlements for contributing to navigation infrastructure, creating possibilities for sustainable growth that didn't depend entirely on scarce quantum supplies. The implementation of the hybrid system in Devil's Canyon provided a test case for broader application throughout the lighthouse network. Journey's successful navigation of the route using combined traditional and artificial methods demonstrated the viability of the approach, while also revealing areas for refinement and improvement. The stone cairns were incredibly helpful when weather conditions made the quantum waypoint hard to see, Journey reported after completing the passage, and the emergency shelter cache saved us a day when we encountered unexpected Mirelurk activity. The system worked exactly as designed. This success encouraged Beacon to begin expanding the hybrid approach to other critical sections of the lighthouse network. The process required extensive collaboration with local communities, careful site selection for traditional navigation markers, and comprehensive training programs for the people who would use the systems. The supply crisis that had initially threatened the lighthouse network had ultimately led to its evolution into something more robust and sustainable. Rather than depending entirely on increasingly scarce quantum bottles, the system now incorporated multiple navigation methods that could function independently or in combination, depending on conditions and available resources. The community response to the crisis had also strengthened the social infrastructure that supported the lighthouse network. Settlements that had benefited from the system were now actively contributing to its maintenance and expansion, creating a collaborative network that extended far beyond Beacon's individual efforts. As autumn approached, bringing the challenging weather conditions that made navigation most difficult, Beacon surveyed the expanded network with satisfaction. The distinctive blue glow of quantum waypoints still marked critical routes across the Commonwealth, but they were now supplemented by traditional navigation markers, emergency shelter caches, and comprehensive training programs that made the entire system more resilient and sustainable. The work had evolved from simple waypoint maintenance to comprehensive navigation infrastructure development, involving dozens of communities and hundreds of individuals who had contributed to making Commonwealth travel safer and more reliable. The lighthouse network had become a foundation for broader cooperation and mutual support among the region's scattered settlements. Standing on Relay Hill as the first winter storms approached, Beacon reflected on the transformation that had occurred over the past year. The supply crisis that had threatened to end the lighthouse network had instead catalyzed its evolution into something far more comprehensive and sustainable than had originally been envisioned. The night sky above the Commonwealth now showed not just the blue glow of quantum waypoints, but the reflected light from traditional navigation markers, the warm glow of emergency shelter caches, and the knowledge that hundreds of people had developed skills that would help them navigate safely even when technology failed. The lighthouse network had become more than a navigation system. It had become a symbol of what Commonwealth communities could achieve through cooperation, innovation, and mutual support. The blue lights that had once been simply waypoints for travelers had evolved into beacons of hope for a more connected and resilient society. As winter deepened and travel became more challenging, the comprehensive navigation system that had grown from the lighthouse network proved its value repeatedly. Caravans that might have been stranded by weather or equipment failure found alternative routes using traditional markers. Refugees fleeing dangerous situations discovered shelter caches that provided safety during unexpected delays. Emergency messengers carrying urgent communications found reliable routes, even when primary systems failed. The success of the hybrid navigation system had attracted attention from beyond the Commonwealth, with delegations from distant settlements arriving to learn about the techniques and organizational methods that had made it possible. Beacon found themselves transitioning from network maintenance to education and consultation, helping other regions develop their own navigation infrastructure adapted to local conditions and resources. The educational component had become particularly important, as the system's long-term sustainability depended on knowledge transfer to the communities that used it. Beacon had developed comprehensive training programs that could be implemented by local settlements, reducing dependence on specialized expertise, while ensuring that essential skills remained available when needed. The Lighthouse network had also inspired innovation in other areas of Commonwealth infrastructure. Communities that had collaborated on navigation systems began working together on communication networks, mutual defense arrangements, and resource-sharing agreements that strengthened the overall resilience of the region's social and economic systems. As spring returned to the Commonwealth, bringing improved travel conditions and renewed opportunities for trade and communication, Beacon looked forward to the continued evolution of the navigation network. New technologies and techniques were constantly being developed, while the collaborative relationships that had made the system possible continued to strengthen and expand. The supply crisis that had once threatened to end the Lighthouse network had ultimately led to its transformation into something far more valuable and sustainable than had originally been envisioned. The blue glow of Nuka-Cola Quantum still marked critical waypoints across the Commonwealth, but it was now part of a comprehensive system that provided multiple layers of safety and reliability for all who traveled the dangerous roads between settlements. The Lighthouse network had become a testament to what could be achieved when communities worked together to solve common challenges, creating infrastructure that served not just immediate needs, but long-term resilience and sustainability. The distinctive blue lights that had once been simple waypoints had evolved into symbols of hope and cooperation in a world that had known too much isolation and desperation. From the elevated position of Relay Hill, Beacon could see the network of lights that stretched across the Commonwealth. Some blue from quantum bottles, others reflecting traditional markers, all of them representing the collaborative effort that had made safe travel possible for thousands of people. The Lighthouse network had become more than a navigation system. It had become a foundation for community, cooperation, and hope in the post-war world. The success of the Lighthouse network had spread beyond the Commonwealth, inspiring similar efforts in distant regions and creating connections between communities that had previously been isolated by dangerous terrain and uncertain navigation. The blue lights that had once marked only local routes now represented part of a growing network of safe passage routes that connected settlements across the wasteland. In the heart of the Commonwealth, another story was beginning to unfold. One of redemption, scientific expertise, and the challenging balance between innovation and ethics. A former corporate executive, haunted by their pre-war role in creating products that prioritized profit over human well-being, was discovering new ways to use their knowledge in service of community health and genuine celebration. Join us next for the Formula Redemption. The morning light filtered through the windows of Dr. Catalyst's community laboratory, illuminating rows of carefully labeled bottles containing herbal extracts, mineral supplements, and carefully formulated beverages designed to support human health. rather than exploit it. The converted clinic occupied the ground floor of what had once been a small medical facility, its equipment and layout adapted for the peaceful work of beneficial chemistry, rather than the aggressive marketing campaigns that had once defined Catalyst's professional life. Dr. Catalyst moved through the laboratory with the practiced efficiency of someone who had spent decades working with complex formulations, but their movements carried a gentleness that hadn't existed during their corporate years. Each measurement was precise, each combination carefully considered not just for its chemical properties but for its impact on the people who would consume it. The work had become a form of meditation, a daily practice of using scientific knowledge in service of community well-being, rather than corporate profit. The laboratory itself reflected this transformation in purpose and values. Where corporate facilities had prioritized efficiency and cost control, this space emphasized safety, transparency, and respect for the people it served. Glass containers allowed complete visibility of all ingredients and processes. Detailed documentation recorded not just formulations but the reasoning behind each choice, the health benefits intended, and the ethical considerations that guided development decisions. The morning's work began with a routine that had evolved over the 3 years since Catalyst had established their practice in Haven Settlement. First came the careful review of current projects, an electrolyte replacement solution for the settlement's field workers, a vitamin-enriched drink for children suffering from malnutrition, and a calming herbal blend for residents dealing with trauma and anxiety. Each project represented a genuine human need, identified in collaboration with the settlement's medical staff and community leaders. The electrolyte solution had been developed in response to a series of heat illnesses that had affected the settlement's agricultural workers during the previous summer. Traditional medical approaches had treated the symptoms, but hadn't addressed the underlying challenge of maintaining proper hydration and mineral balance during extended outdoor work in harsh conditions. Catalyst's solution provided essential electrolytes using natural mineral sources and carefully balanced proportions that supported sustained physical activity without creating dependency or adverse effects. The formulation process had required extensive collaboration with the settlement's medical team, led by Dr. Wellness, whose expertise in nutrition and preventive care complemented Catalyst's background in chemistry and product development. Together, they had created something that addressed real health needs while maintaining the ethical standards that had become central to Catalyst's post-war work. The key difference between what we're doing and what I used to do, Catalyst had explained to Dr. Wellness during one of their collaborative sessions, is that we're starting with human needs rather than market opportunities. Corporate beverage development began with identifying consumer vulnerabilities, psychological triggers, addictive potential, brand loyalty mechanisms. We're starting with genuine health requirements and building solutions that actually address them. This philosophical shift had required not just changes in methodology, but a fundamental re-evaluation of the relationship between product development and human well-being. Corporate culture had taught Catalyst to view consumers as markets to be exploited, demographic segments to be targeted with carefully crafted messages designed to create artificial needs and compulsive consumption patterns. The post-war approach treated people as whole human beings with complex needs that deserved respectful, beneficial solutions. The vitamin-enriched drink for malnourished children represented another example of this transformed approach. Malnutrition had become a persistent problem in many Commonwealth settlements, particularly affecting children, whose developing systems required nutrients that were difficult to obtain from the limited food sources available in the post-war environment. Traditional approaches focused on providing basic calories, But Catalyst's solution addressed the more complex challenge of delivering essential vitamins and minerals in forms that children would actually consume. The development process had involved extensive consultation with parents, teachers, and children themselves, ensuring that the final product would be both nutritionally beneficial and appealing to its intended users. Unlike corporate products that used artificial flavors and marketing manipulation to create appeal, Catalyst's approach relied on natural flavor sources and genuine health benefits that made the product inherently valuable to its consumers. We spent months testing different natural flavor combinations, Catalyst had noted in their development documentation, not to create artificial cravings or brand loyalty, but to find formulations that children would enjoy consuming while receiving maximum nutritional benefit. The goal was always health improvement, not market capture. The calming herbal blend had emerged from recognition that many settlement residents struggled with anxiety, insomnia, and trauma, stress that affected their ability to participate fully in community life. Traditional medical approaches had limited effectiveness, particularly given the scarcity of pharmaceutical resources in the post-war environment. Catalyst's herbal formulation provided gentle, natural support for stress management without the dependency risks associated with stronger interventions. The project had required learning traditional herbal medicine techniques, studying the properties of plants that grew in the Commonwealth's post-war environment, and developing extraction and preparation methods that maximized beneficial effects while ensuring safety and consistency. The work had connected Catalyst to knowledge systems that predated corporate medicine, approaches to healing that emphasized supporting the body's natural systems rather than overwhelming them with artificial intervention. Each of these projects represented more than product development. They embodied a philosophy of scientific practice that prioritized human well-being over commercial success. Catalyst had discovered that this approach was not only more ethically satisfying, but also more scientifically interesting, as it required understanding human physiology and psychology in deeper, more holistic ways than corporate product development had ever demanded. The laboratory's morning routine was interrupted by a knock on the door, followed by the entrance of Festival, the settlement's community organizer, whose enthusiasm and energy had made them a natural leader in planning social events and celebrations. Festival's presence always brought a sense of anticipation and possibility, as their visits usually involved new projects or opportunities for community service. Dr. Catalyst, I hope you have a moment, Festival began, settling into the chair that had been positioned for visitors and consultations. I've come to discuss something rather special that I think might interest you, though I'll understand if you need time to consider it. Catalysts set aside their current work and gave Festival their complete attention, recognizing the importance of community consultation in all their projects. The post-war approach to product development required understanding not just technical requirements, but also social and cultural contexts that would influence how products were received and used. We're approaching the 5th anniversary of Haven Settlement's founding, Festival continued, their excitement evident despite their effort to maintain a professional tone. The Community Council has been planning a celebration that honors our achievements while looking forward to future growth and development. We want to create something meaningful that brings people together and reinforces our shared values. The significance of settlement anniversaries had become clear to Catalysts over their years of post-war work. These celebrations served multiple functions beyond simple commemoration. They reinforced community identity, provided opportunities for social bonding, and offered occasions for reflection on collective achievements and future goals. The role of food and drink in such celebrations carried particular importance, as shared consumption experiences created lasting memories and strengthened social connections. The council has been discussing various aspects of the celebration, Festival explained, and we've been wondering about the possibility of creating a special commemorative beverage for the occasion, something that would reflect our community's values and achievements while providing a meaningful centerpiece for the celebration festivities. This request immediately activated the complex ethical considerations that had become central to Catalyst's work. Corporate training had taught them to view such occasions as marketing opportunities, chances to create products that would generate ongoing demand and brand loyalty. The post-war approach required different considerations: how to honor the celebration's significance while avoiding the manipulative techniques that had characterized pre-war product development. "That's an interesting and important request," Catalyst replied, taking time to consider the implications carefully. Creating a celebration beverage raises questions about purpose, ingredients, and the kind of experience we want to create for community members. "I'd like to understand more about what the settlement hopes to achieve with this celebration." The council has been considering this thoughtful approach, recognizing that Catalyst's careful consideration reflected genuine concern for community well-being rather than simple product development. The council has been discussing the values that have made Haven Settlement successful: cooperation, mutual support, sustainable development, respect for individual dignity. We want the celebration to embody these principles while creating positive memories that will strengthen our community bonds. The conversation continued for nearly an hour, exploring the cultural and social dimensions of the proposed celebration beverage. Catalyst asked detailed questions about the settlement's history, the specific achievements being celebrated, the demographic composition of the community, and the broader context of post-war social development that had shaped Haven Settlement's approach to community building. "One of the things that makes this challenging," Catalyst explained, "is that my previous experience was in creating products designed to manipulate consumer behavior, to create artificial needs, compulsive consumption patterns, and brand loyalty that prioritized corporate profits over human well-being. This project requires a completely different approach, one that serves genuine community needs while avoiding those manipulative techniques." Festival found this perspective fascinating, recognizing that Catalyst's unique background provided both valuable expertise and important ethical insights. "What would a celebration beverage look like if it were designed according to post-war values rather than corporate principles?" "That's exactly the question we need to answer," Catalyst replied, already beginning to formulate approaches that could honor the celebration while maintaining ethical integrity. It would need to be created transparently, with community input and understanding. It would need to provide genuine benefits, perhaps nutritional, perhaps social, perhaps cultural, without creating dependency or exploitation. Most importantly, it would need to enhance the celebration experience authentically rather than artificially. Over the following days, Catalyst began developing a framework for approaching the celebration beverage project. The process required extensive research into the settlement's history, consultation with community members about their preferences and expectations, and careful consideration of how to create something special without falling into the manipulative patterns that had characterized corporate product development. The historical research revealed fascinating details about Haven Settlement's founding and development. The community had been established by a group of refugees from multiple failed settlements, people who had experienced the breakdown of communities due to resource scarcity, leadership failures, and social conflicts. Their approach to building Haven Settlement had been informed by these experiences, emphasizing sustainable practices, democratic decision-making, and mutual support systems that could withstand the challenges of post-war survival. The settlement's success had been built on several key principles that could potentially be reflected in a commemorative beverage. Cooperation had enabled resource sharing and collective problem solving that allowed the community to thrive despite limited individual resources. Sustainability had guided development decisions, ensuring that growth didn't compromise long-term viability. Inclusivity had created a social environment where diverse backgrounds and perspectives were valued and integrated into community life. Dr. Wellness, the settlement's nutritionist, became an essential collaborator in developing the celebration beverage concept. Their expertise in community health and nutrition complemented Catalyst's technical knowledge, while their understanding of settlement residents' specific needs informed the development process. Any celebration beverage should actually contribute to community health rather than simply providing momentary pleasure, Dr. Wellness observed during one of their planning sessions. We have ongoing nutritional challenges in the settlement. Vitamin deficiencies from limited food variety, mineral imbalances from inadequate water sources, stress, health issues from the challenges of post-war survival. A truly beneficial celebration beverage could address some of these needs while enhancing the festive experience. This insight guided the development of a multi-layered approach to the celebration beverage. Rather than simply creating something that tasted good, Catalyst began formulating a drink that would provide genuine nutritional benefits while creating positive social experiences that strengthened community bonds. The nutritional component focused on addressing specific deficiencies that Dr. Wellness had identified in the settlement population. Vitamin C deficiency was common due to limited access to fresh fruits and vegetables, while mineral deficiencies affected energy levels and overall health. The celebration beverage could provide these nutrients in forms that were both effective and enjoyable to consume. The social component required understanding how beverages functioned in community celebrations, both historically and in contemporary post-war contexts. Catalyst's research revealed that successful celebration drinks shared common characteristics. They were special enough to mark important occasions, but accessible enough that all community members could participate. They enhanced social interaction without creating exclusion or dependency, and they created positive memories that reinforced community identity. The cultural component involved incorporating elements that reflected Haven Settlement's specific identity and values. This meant using ingredients that were locally sourced when possible, creating flavors that reflected the community's agricultural achievements, and developing preparation methods that could involve community participation rather than centralized production. As the development process progressed, Catalyst found themselves confronting memories and knowledge from their corporate years in ways that were both challenging and illuminating. The technical skills they had developed remained valuable, but their application required constant ethical evaluation to ensure that they served beneficial purposes rather than exploitative ones. The irony is that corporate product development taught me techniques that are genuinely useful for creating beneficial products, Catalyst confided to Dr. Wellness during one of their collaborative sessions. Understanding flavor chemistry, consumer psychology, and production methods are all valuable skills. The problem was never the knowledge itself, but how it was applied, whether it served human needs or corporate profits. This realization had become central to Catalyst's approach to post-war work. Rather than rejecting their corporate knowledge entirely, they had learned to apply it selectively and ethically, using valuable techniques while avoiding manipulative practices. The Celebration Beverage project provided an opportunity to demonstrate how corporate expertise could be redirected toward community service. The formulation process took several weeks of careful experimentation and testing. Catalyst developed multiple versions of the celebration beverage, each emphasizing different aspects of the community's identity and needs. Some versions focused on nutritional benefits, others on unique flavor profiles that reflected local ingredients, and still others on social functions that would enhance the celebration experience. The testing process involved the entire community, with residents providing feedback on taste, nutritional effects, and social appropriateness. This collaborative approach ensured that the final product would genuinely serve community needs while creating broad participation in its development. This is completely different from corporate product testing, Catalyst noted as they reviewed feedback from community members. Instead of trying to manipulate consumer responses or create artificial demand, we're genuinely seeking input about what would best serve people's needs and preferences. The process is more complex, but much more satisfying. The final formulation that emerged from this collaborative process reflected Haven Settlement's values in multiple ways. The base was created from locally grown herbs and fruits, supporting the settlement's agricultural development while providing distinctive flavors that couldn't be found elsewhere. Essential vitamins and minerals were incorporated, using natural sources that provided genuine health benefits without artificial additives or preservatives. The preparation process was designed to be communal, with different community members contributing ingredients or labor to create a shared experience that reinforced social bonds. Rather than being produced in isolation and distributed as a finished product, the celebration beverage would be created collectively as part of the anniversary festivities. The process of making it together is as important as the final product, Festival observed as they reviewed the development plans. Community members will contribute ingredients from their gardens, help with preparation, and share in the satisfaction of creating something special through collective effort. This approach embodied the post-war values that had guided Catalyst's transformation from corporate product developer to community service provider. Rather than creating products that generated dependency or artificial needs, the celebration beverage would strengthen community bonds and support individual health while marking an important milestone in Haven Settlement's development. The anniversary celebration itself proved to be a remarkable validation of the collaborative approach to product development. Community members gathered in the settlement's central plaza, sharing stories of their 5-year journey while participating in the preparation of the commemorative beverage. Children helped measure ingredients, while adults shared memories of the settlement's founding and development. The beverage that emerged from this collective effort was unlike anything Catalyst had created during their corporate years. It was nutritionally beneficial, supporting community health rather than exploiting consumer vulnerabilities. It was culturally meaningful, reflecting the settlement's values and achievements rather than artificial marketing messages. Most importantly, it was genuinely celebratory, enhancing the social experience of the anniversary without creating dependency or manipulation. This is what celebration should feel like, one community member observed as they shared the beverage with neighbors and friends. Something that brings us together and makes us feel good about our community and our achievements, without any hidden agenda or manipulation. The success of the anniversary celebration and its commemorative beverage marked a significant milestone in Catalyst's post-war journey. The project had demonstrated that corporate expertise could be redirected toward beneficial purposes, that product development could serve human needs rather than exploit them, and that celebrations could be enhanced through genuine community service rather than commercial manipulation. As word of the celebration spread to other settlements, Catalyst began receiving requests for similar projects, communities seeking to create their own commemorative beverages or addressing specific health challenges through innovative formulations. Each request provided opportunities to apply the ethical framework that had emerged from the Haven Settlement project, while adapting to different community needs and values. The growing demand for Catalyst services reflected a broader trend in post-war society toward approaches that prioritized community safety over individual profit. Settlements throughout the Commonwealth were discovering that collaborative problem-solving and ethical resource management could create better outcomes than competitive or exploitative approaches. Dr. Wellness became a regular collaborator in these expanded projects, contributing expertise in community health and nutrition while helping to develop standardized approaches that could be adapted to different settlement contexts. Their partnership demonstrated how professional expertise could be shared and applied across communities without creating dependency or exclusion. What we've learned from the Haven Settlement project applies to many other communities, Dr. Wellness observed, as they reviewed requests from settlements throughout the region. The principles of transparent development, community participation, and genuine benefit can be adapted to different contexts while maintaining their essential character. The educational component of Catalyst's work became increasingly important as more communities sought to develop their own beneficial products. Rather than creating dependency on external expertise, Catalyst began developing training programs that taught community members to apply ethical product development principles using their own resources and knowledge. The goal isn't to make communities dependent on my services, Catalyst explained to a group of settlement leaders interested in developing their own beverage projects. It's to share knowledge and techniques that communities can use independently while maintaining the ethical standards that ensure genuine benefit rather than exploitation. These training programs covered both technical aspects of product development, understanding ingredient properties, formulation techniques, safety protocols, and ethical considerations that distinguished beneficial products from exploitative ones. Participants learned to identify and avoid manipulative marketing techniques while developing products that genuinely served community needs. The program's success led to the development of a regional network of communities that shared resources, knowledge, and ethical standards for product development. This network provided support for individual settlements while maintaining the independence and self-determination that had become central to post-war community development. As autumn approached, marking the first anniversary of Haven Settlement's celebration, Catalyst reflected on the transformation that had occurred over the past year. The Celebration Beverage Project had evolved from a single community request into a broader movement toward ethical product development that served human needs rather than corporate profits. The work had also provided personal satisfaction that had been absent during Catalyst's corporate years. Instead of the constant pressure to generate profits through consumer manipulation, the post-war approach created products that genuinely improved people's lives while strengthening community bonds and supporting sustainable development. I spent decades learning to create products that exploited human psychology for corporate profit, Catalyst reflected during a quiet moment in the laboratory. Now I'm using that same knowledge to create products that serve genuine human needs and strengthen communities. The technical skills are the same, but their application has been completely transformed. The laboratory itself had evolved to reflect this transformation, with expanded facilities for research and development, training areas for community education programs, and collaborative spaces where settlement representatives could work together on shared projects. The space embodied the principles that had guided Catalyst's post-war work: transparency, collaboration, and genuine service to community needs. As winter settled over the Commonwealth, bringing the challenges and opportunities of another seasonal cycle, Catalyst looked forward to continued work that honored the lessons learned from corporate experience while serving the values that had emerged from post-war community development. The celebration beverage that had begun as a simple anniversary request had become a symbol of what was possible when technical expertise was guided by ethical principles and community service. The success of the Haven Settlement Project and its expansion throughout the Commonwealth demonstrated that redemption was possible, that knowledge and skills developed in service of exploitation could be redirected toward genuine benefit, that corporate expertise could be transformed into community service, and that the post-war world could create better approaches to human needs than the profit-driven systems that had characterized the world before the bombs fell. In the gentle glow of the laboratory's evening lights, surrounded by the tools and materials for creating beneficial products, Dr. Catalyst continued the work of transformation, using scientific knowledge to serve human dignity, community well-being, and the hope that the future could be better than the past. The formulas that had once been designed to create dependency and profit had been transformed into recipes for health, celebration, and community connection that honored the best possibilities of human innovation and cooperation. The journey from corporate exploitation to community service had been long and challenging, requiring not just technical relearning, but fundamental transformation of values and priorities. But it had also been deeply satisfying, providing the kind of meaningful work that created lasting benefit for individuals and communities while honoring the responsibility that came with knowledge and expertise. As the Commonwealth's scattered settlements continued their slow work of rebuilding civilization from the ashes of the old world, projects like Dr. Catalyst's celebration beverage offered hope that this new world could be better than what had come before. More ethical, more sustainable, and more genuinely devoted to human flourishing than the corporate systems that had prioritized profit over people. In laboratories and workshops throughout the wasteland, other survivors were discovering similar possibilities for transformation, using their skills and knowledge to serve the communities that had given them new purpose and hope. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.